Good morning, everyone. How's it going? Alex here, getting ready to do another live stream on TerraFarmers. This is day 17 of our development process here on YouTube. Pretty crazy. Pretty crazy. I think we're at 229 subscribers, which is amazing. I feel super, I don't want to say blessed, but I'm super thankful. I'm finding myself very thankful for the support. It's early this morning. I'm just getting my morning tea squared away here as we prepare for our live stream. I am going to not use a radio today. I've been listening to music on stream, but I keep getting copyright marks even though I'm trying to listen to DMCA free music. So that way I don't have to deal with copyright stuff, but apparently that's still not good enough. So until I can find a better solution for that, no more music. I don't want to have my videos demonetized, or and they're not monetized currently, but that would be very difficult for me to manage, and I don't want to do that. So keep it simple. So prepare for lots of silence today. I take a drink of my tea here. It is very cold. And we had another negative 28 degrees Celsius or negative 18 degrees Fahrenheit night last night. I feel like I live in the Arctic. I don't know what's going on. Usually it's not like this. This is the coldest it's ever been at this time of year, which is kind of frightening stuff. Forgive me. All right. So yeah, today we're going to be integrating. We left off doing some artwork yesterday, we did add a AI. I drew a little bit offline. You're going to see a big change today for those that aren't following us on Discord. We have added a new player sprite and added some new deadmen. I've been thinking about getting some support. You know, I don't think it's ever too early to consider getting help when you want to build a game. I'm committed to doing this project, and I'm not really worried that I only have 129 subscribers or anything. I like building for the future, and so I'm creating something called the Dead Fellows as a follower program. We've talked about it a little bit, but I've started doing a little bit more work into it, and so I'm going to be adding on our Discord server an option to support the channel just through a single purchase or through a small subscription at any point, because it never hurts to open. I don't want to reach out and do any big crowdfunding or anything like that. It's my passion to just make games and make content like this, and I like to do this as a job, I think. I got a lot more I got to get better at, but I really enjoy sharing content with you all, and I like streaming. So we're going to switch over here to the game scene, and we're going to talk about those changes. So here is a new concept for the player character. I'm going to take a drink here. Holy smokes, that still is, whoo, that's hot. All right. So what I'm thinking is for either a monthly subscription if you can support that, or through a one-time fee of I want to say it's going to be like $5. It'll get your name in the credits. Maybe I'll do 10 if it's a single purchase, just because it's a round number and it helps support the channel. paying. I want to pay for some website stuff so we can kind of build up a real game. And I want to show the whole process of what it's like to release a video game as well as develop one as an indie developer and document the entire process transparently, or as transparently as possible. Um, and also make a good game. So let's do that. Uh, Soon I'll be taking content from my videos to create my other videos. Um, we have a few more days. I want to talk about the timeline real quick in what we're doing for those that are watching um, later, maybe on YouTube. Our timeline as of right now for the development of TerraFarmers is we want to get into the AI development, which is what we're doing today, getting our finite state machines working for our enemies, and then um, once we get our enemies integrated and our building and main inventory elements built, um, we're going to start reprogramming everything that we've already done, polishing it up, and moving it into a multiplayer template. Because as soon as possible, I would like multiplayer functionality to just be included, and that way all future development we do is in the aspect of multiplayer. I already have a really solid idea of what I want to do for multiplayer and how I want it to function. Other than just being duplications of the player character, I think it'd be fun to integrate multiplayer specific content into the game, to make it, sort of like in a Portal and Portal 2 way, specifically Portal 2, where you can play through the campaign in solo and it is one specific campaign or a play style. And then when you play multiplayer, it adds one slight degree. Maybe we integrate puzzles or something that it require two people, um, or more. Maybe bigger boss fights, maybe upgraded bosses, more unique stuff. So yeah, so if you, but Dead Fellows is going to be a private section on our Discord that allows you to see some more behind the scenes stuff that I don't really talk about on stream because I don't have time for it. Extra time to hang out and talk about your art, or about the game development, or any other more personal questions that are outside of the scope of the greater community. So, um, and I want to get your guys' names in the game. I think it'd be really fun, and I think this is a good way for us to do that. No matter who supports it, you join the Dead Fellows group. Okay, so with the player character, there's been a major change. Flipping back into the development process here. Uh, a major change to our characters happened, and I want to share both of those. I want to show the previous character briefly. So previously we had this character, and I did a little bit of character testing. Let me hide this over here to see some changes that we could possibly do for our player. Looking at what items will look like and what maybe the player could look like in the game. And I really like the way that the helmet sits, so we can do customizations for our characters a little bit differently. And I still feel like it fits the greater design of our game here. And that's important. We want to keep everything built in a way that makes it feel like it belongs. And I think with the way that we've done changes, especially to characters like this, it is a bit more forager looking at the moment, and I think that's just the nature of trying to squeeze in so much. They have a really good formula, and I don't want to like dupe it. I don't want to take it from them. And hey, what's up, Reborn? But I do feel like it's inevitable to look something like these other games. I built some like portal gun I think making references and other things in my game would be cool as long as I don't break any content laws. Gotta be very careful with that. So now I'm thinking of changing the player's hands to be floating. So the character will still have hands, but the hands will float. And that way we can use tools in our game off the player's hand. So we can shoot maybe a grappling hook. We've got the Gordon. Look at that thing. Doesn't it look mean in his hand? That looks so much more serious when he's walking around with something like that. So yeah, we're going to change the hands a little bit to be a bit more twin stick style. And I think that that's going to go really far for the design element of our game. This character also, I have to be honest, is based off of somebody else's design completely. The character itself was another black and white character. But again, I mean, in reality, there's only so many pixel squares and so many ways to animate and do things. But I don't want to build a game that is credited to anybody else. And it was a really good placeholder as an asset. And I reskinned it and redrew over it. But ultimately, it isn't mine, where this character is entirely mine. And I feel like that's important. So, yeah, it's time to say goodbye to this guy. Working on this. I'm gonna wait until we move over to multiplayer before I integrate this character, and I'll get all of their animations done. The characters' animations are longer, so there's gonna be more player movement and things. And with the way that I'm designing the character, he won't have a white outline necessarily. I don't think we're gonna do that. The Deadmen will, because they are interactable. Everything that is like a pickup item in our game, we already put a white outline around. And with the animated flip that we added, I want to show you why I think that this is going to be in our best interest. So we're going to go to our drone, and we're going to currently remove all of the chase animations, and I'm gonna change that with this guy. So let's open our grid and move him to an actual square. And with my goodness, with changing with the way we're changing this, these guys will have a 3D flip, as we saw in the last video, and I'll show you here in a second here. We're going to, let's go to here, mobs. Oops, no, don't do that. That'd be single player. Wait, no, what am I doing? What character am I changing? It's the drone. Drone outline. All right, so we're gonna save that real quick. Add a sprite, and we're gonna do the outline. So now when he's chasing us, we'll have that outline. Okay, we're gonna have the blue square too. That's okay. But when he flips, or when the drone flips, we're gonna see that paper flip. Hello, guy. He's camping behind the tree. What's going on back there? He's supposed to be chasing me. What? All right, but so what happened? Well, he just chose a. Oh, so it looks like our script from last time was working, but it only activates while he's moving. So I accidentally put that in the chase script and not the idle script. Whoops. You're not supposed to do that. All right, here we go. So it looks kind of weird with the blue outline, but when he flips, we're going to be able to see more... Okay. That doesn't make any sense. He stopped again. All right, well, we're going to have to check that out. But I like that 3D flip, that Paper Mario effect. I think it looks good with a white outline, but we'll see. We're gonna try multiple times. I'm a bit sad to see this character go because I think that it adds to the charm. But with the redesign and redraw, whoa, he woke up. Did he get tired? What happened? I don't know, but now we can see that movement a little bit more. I think it just emphasizes maybe a bit, but maybe that's not necessary. I do plan on adding shadows to everything. That's kind of the polish that I was talking about before. When we go to add multiplayer, I'm going to add in synchronized shadows. But I think that'd be a good project to do once we have multiplayer functionality integrated. But yeah, it really, that is important. Being able to see that it's floating with like a shadow, and same thing with the player and other items. Okay, so we'll deal with that later. I want to remove this anyways and add the chase back to... Dang it, I didn't want to add it to the resources. Okay, so when we go to clean this up, one thing that I found out that you got to be careful about in GDevelop that I didn't take into consideration before is when you do a project and you start adding resources to your game, every time you re-upload something, even if you uploaded it previously, it'll upload it again, and you'll end up with so many resources in your resource folder, and you're going to upload that to a client later on. This is not cool. This is going to take up extra storage and make our game bigger and slower. So when we go to do the redesign, I'm going to be creating a new project and transferring everything over little by little, which is going to be obnoxious, but I'm glad that we're doing it before the game gets any bigger. And then we'll do chunk management on the server, and that way the dedicated server is going to be running, or the host server will manage it. Either way. What? Really? Oh. Well, Reborn's a legend. I didn't know that. Huh. Good to know. Apparently, you can remove them by going to the right-clicking and removing all the unused ones. That is important. You should do that. But still, when we do the new project, I need to move everything over, I think, to a new project anyways. It's just a smarter idea. Then that way, when we add the code, we can make sure that each section we add back into the game is converted to the server text and optimized. But with the THNK system, I gotta be honest, its multiplayer is really easy to do. They make it very simple. I mean, you still have to think like a server, but it's a beautiful little system there. So you'll be able to join directly if you know your friend's IP and they give you like and that way you can connect off of a DYDNS. So that way you can create your own like domain and log in via domain if you want. You can log in via again IP, and we're gonna have a join code, randomized join code for your lobby. Holy moly, my tea is still so hot. I just burnt my tongue. All right. My taste buds rip in peace. Yeah. So, adding AI. Let's work on this AI. Enemy finite state machine. We're seeing something interesting happen. I realized that if I turn on the debug, oh, that didn't work. Okay. All right. But yeah, just making noises. Reminds me of the. Have you guys ever seen Soul Plane? Boyaka, boyaka, kamda selecta. So funny. Let's see here. Duplicate the debug text, and we're gonna call this one uh enemy finite state machine. And we're gonna go back to our enemy script and change the debug element to the enemy finite state machine. Because of how I coded the debug earlier, it will always hold certain text in another script, and it's causing some issues with us being able to see the debug script for the drone. And so here we can now see that the text is working. But now we need to set the text. Change the enemy finite state machine to the mob state, and we also want to change its position. We can do enemy finite state machine. My rip in peace tongue. Crunchy. It's crunchy on the end now. Position. Center position on the enemy X, enemy Y, minus 18. 18. All right, let's take a peek here and see what's going on. Okay, that didn't work. Why didn't that work? We'll do mod drone X for now. I might not have added them to the chase patrol. Okay, so his mind is broken in patrol, but let's see if he ever leaves patrol. He doesn't seem to want to leave patrol. But he... Whoa! He did. I know. Okay. So now... Oh, now he's patrolling. So... Idle. Chase. Patrol. We're going to disable patrolling for a second. We're going to rebuild that script. I want to make sure that he goes back to idle. Oh, he's patrolling again. What? How are you patrolling when patrol doesn't? Oh, it does exist. My bad. My bad. Okay, so idle and chase. Good. Okay. So from idle, we do want to go to patrol, but now we need to fix patrol before we add anything else. So when we're doing patrol, huh? Thanks, Reborn. I was looking. Yeah, that's exactly what is going on. Uh, yes. That's so stupid. Oh god. All right. Thanks, bud. Okay, so very quickly our patrol is not lasting very long. But he's picking a random tile. I just want to see him move more. Okay, that was kind of goofy. No, we need this, right? Invert the statement in my patrol. Let's take a look. Let's go backwards a second here before I muck myself up. Uh, See, that's originally that's what. So let's see real quick. If you invert the order, first you pick the tiles below 8 pixels, then you pick a random one. Uh, we're gonna do 100. We gotta change some stuff around, right? Because you're saying that if our mob distance to the tile, if our drone is pick it like when we flip this around and say if the tile distance to the drone, pick a tile. Uh, when because we would want to stop the character once he's within a certain distance of the tile, right? This to here. Oh, you're saying this. Not the sub. So we're talking from patrol. The second one, you're saying do this. We wouldn't need that then. Oh, too far. But yeah, okay. For what purpose? You got me all turned around and mixed up. I'm trying to understand what you're saying. Uh, okay. So let's walk through this real quick. So when we transfer into patrol, as an object timer, yeah. Uh, let's do this. So that should be triggered once we start moving, right? So we're gonna say if the tile distance to the drone is below 100 pixels, pick a random tile within that radius, move the player, start the timer. Because he doesn't technically have to be there for us to stop him moving on a random wait time. Now we want to check in the condition timer. Sorry, my brain turned off there for a second. When the object timer patrol is greater than or equal to random in range 2 to 6. Oh, really? That's very interesting. Okay, we can assign it to a scene variable then. That's not a problem. because we can say, because we're already in a for each instance of drone, right? Situation here, so we can say, for each instance of drone, reset the object timer for that drone. Like, so we wouldn't use a scene timer because of networking situations, but otherwise you could do a scene timer called random. Uh, yeah. So for each drone, uh, we can just do that timer here. A variable object of random or weight. Uh, wait, what? That's right, isn't it? Oh no, I gotta do. I'm gonna stop the object and its tracks and transition to the idle state. Yes, it will, because it's not under a do once. We can do it up here. Right? Yeah, I think it would. That's why originally I was like, I think it also needs a trigger once. But then we need to start the patrol timer. Hold on. No, we're doing the same thing again. You're right. I was just trying to figure that out in my head. What if we wait? Can we? Uh, all pick all objects. Pick all tiles. Yeah, I don't mind it moving until stopped. But can't we do this as well, just to narrow that down? Well, can't we select all the tiles within a certain radius? I guess we wouldn't need to because we're finding the distance, aren't we? Because we're already saying within a certain radius. It's a double speech. I'm just trying to think of isolating any leaks in how it's selecting the tile. because I'm not exactly sure. Um, I guess we could do that. I see. Oops, I meant to copy that. We Let's look at this for a second. It's fine. I only want to do this once, though. Wouldn't that put all of this at? Doesn't the hierarchy follow with trigger once? So like everything's triggering one time, or do I need to independently add? Okay, I'm not going to touch anything. It is moving with an instant force. Oh, change it to permanent. Yeah, normally I do. That's weird. I thought before. Oh no, I didn't. I misselected it on each of them. Triggering once in the main part will cause issues. Okay. You're saying that this will work? I know you're. Wow! That's way too fast. Where'd he go? He's gone. That dude left. Because this is looping. Like, are you sure that we don't need to put a trigger once there? Because this is happening, and every time this happens, which is every frame, it's exponentially increasing a permanent force. Oh, swap them in the hierarchy. Ugh. Is that G developed? No, this guy is. He's gone. Dude's gone. Not the timer one? Oh, yeah. Dude, the dude's gone. That even at one. That's what I'm telling you. This is causing an issue. Like, I'm pretty sure. Or is it the permanent force? That's nuts. One of those is like even 1 pixel being too far. That doesn't make any sense. Oh, you're right. 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 But when he changed directions, I thought, okay, we're gonna see. He is increasing in speed, though. You see that? His force isn't. It's increasing the longer he's chasing me. I really don't like the way that works. Something weird is happening here. That's so obnoxious. Why, dude? I hate that. Is there a stop force? Oh, you have to add you set the force to 0. That's what I used. That's what I had. It was a stop the object. Oh, when he switches to patrol mode? I see what you're saying. Okay. All right. You right. You right. You right. You right. I hear you. I hear you. Speed him up a little bit. Whoa. Okay, obviously that's too far, but I just I wanted to see him go. All right. We got to remember to stop him in every transition. Ah, you're right. Yes, they should. I was like, I thought it was because that this should be a once true, anyways. Whoa, where's he going? Whoa. But not when he's chasing. We don't want to patrol. Okay, hold on. Indoor state script. Indoor state script. Let's make sure that our hierarchy. I thought I just fixed that. Okay, 1 second. 1 second. Let's make sure we're triggering our situation here correctly. So, in this context, before we attack, from idle, we can patrol or chase. We will always patrol after a certain amount of time. So that seems fine. Now, if we're patrolling, that seemed like a chase issue. You said I had an instant force somewhere? Where? Permanent force? Permanent force. Oh, the chase should be instant? Without a trigger once. Um, wait, what? Yeah, that's the thing I'm trying to figure out. Why is he patrolling? And I think it's time I just build the finite state machine. I think that this will help my mind fix the issue, right? Like we can just move these into separate scripts and then isolate what's happening. Visually, I'm starting to get mixed up, so I think I'm just gonna cut it up. So let's see, chase needs to be uh, extract events to a function. What? I thought there was a way to move these into. Oh well, I can just. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah, I thought that there would be a way to easily create an external script like this, but we can do is enemy finite state machine patrol idle and so on patrol. Okay, listen here, buddy. All right, so patrol. Let's move patrol out for first, just because we can. So let's pull that out, paste it here. Uh, for my own mind's sake, I like to say uh, this is our actions. What we can do while in patrol mode. So we can patrol, right? So this is like uh let's see here. Did I pull out the right part? I did. Yeah, in the long run, the everything should be organized into one section. Um, give me a moment. My brain is hurting. I'm trying to do too many things at once. Player, wrong button. Player finite state machine. Uh, all right. Okay. Let's see. Idle. Seems silly, but we're gonna do this so that way we can elaborate on different monsters and just move everything into separate patrol scripts, make it more general, so that we can plug and play it into other things later, and everything just kind of uses their own states. My brain hurts. All right. Enemy finite state machine idle. And we're going to create that script. So from the just like the player in the player's finite state machine, when we hit into idle, we can do a trigger once and then transition into what we do, right? Actions, we can run, we can attack with animations. So moving over into the enemy idle. So we'll go when idle is true, trigger the idle event. We're going to chop those out, move them into the idle. And then we can do actions and transitions. We want to make sure that we check to make sure our condition I mean, it's kind of redundant, but just want to validate that under this condition that this is happening. So when my whole brain shut off, and we can use enemy now. When the enemy, we need to add the drone to the enemy list. Variable of just like we do with our player. And I want to make sure that we trigger that once. We don't need to set any other conditions at the moment. We will set maybe a direction for the enemy later, because we could set a direction and move in a direction rather than pick a tile as well. We could pick a random direction, move, X amount of pixels in that direction, and then change our movement. But for now, we're not going to do that. And then in our transitions, we can go back to, so in our idle, we have 2 actions. And really, these are transitions, to be honest. What? My brain. I can't spell right now. Transitions, chase, patrol. Because there's no actions to do in idle, right? We don't need an actions list because we can't do anything. We're idling. We're just sitting there doing nothing. So now, whenever we idle, we either chase or we wait. If they share the once trigger, we only want this to happen under these events, right? Or do I need to add a sub event and trigger that once? Because if we remove the once triggers reborn, these will trigger every frame, right? We only want that to trigger one time when it goes into effect. I want to make sure that I'm understanding what you're saying right about trigger onces. Onces? Trigger once? I do know I use a lot of them. It's something that I've been conscious about throughout the working on the project, but that seems weird. I mean, no, I get it, but what's up, Riley? Hmm. Okay, so currently, poor guy's got no patrol logic because I broke his mind, but he is moving into patrol at least. Hmm. It seems like what I'm doing is the exact same thing. It doesn't seem like there's any reason why we shouldn't, according to the engine, anyways. I'm confused to why we would need to do that because I am creating a text boolean effectively by checking whether a variable is entering a state. Unless there's some engine specific reason to do this, this seems like a sound way of doing it. I'm confused. We're trying to work our way through what's going on. So, uh, in patrol, we want to make sure that our condition is true. So when patrol is true, do these things. Oops. We're gonna move this up. These are our actions. Our action right now that we can do while patrolling is pretty straightforward. Devarat. Devavrat? My bad. No idea. This is idle. I don't need this. Yeah, welcome, welcome. Welcome all the same. Welcome all the same. Some context. Yeah, so we are making or I'm yeah, so I'm making a game called TerraFarmers. We are working on the AI at the moment. Uh AI is not my strong suit. So, I've done AI with uh Metroidvanias, but AI in a top-down format is just mind-boggling to me. Still learning the engine. This is a G Develop 5. This is a harvesting survival game. And right now we're working through finite state machines and building the enemy AI today. Going through some changes, working on, we're going to be changing the character over to a new sprite set, but we'll be doing that stuff later. Anywho, welcome. Our Discord server is a great place to get connected with us. So down below in the Discord, if you're interested in joining. We don't have this one anymore, so the player doesn't attack. Awesome. Awesome. All of our development process is being documented in real time. And so you can watch our YouTube and interact with that. Sure. Oh, we don't ever reset the timer. Oh, we do every time we pick a tile. But we instantly go back, pick a tile, reset the timer. But then it keeps going, right? So I'm trying to think about this because we're saying, okay, this is happening. Pick a random tile, pick that, start the patrol counter, and restart it every time we pick a new tile. However, immediately, because of this condition, when this begins the first time, we'll break this. Right? Let's add that to the debug. I want to see the mob drone. Oh. I think I know what's going on. Kind of. We will. Do I need variable weight? I hate doing that. What? Because I didn't set it as a permanent variable, so that I'm aware of. Wait, no. Mob drone. Variable string. I want to see. What? Also, I got to remember to add the drone to my enemies list. Get away from me. Ugh. I hate developing AI. It drives me nuts. It makes me want to cry. That's how I feel about that. Aha. That's okay. I know this is fine. This is fine. Little by little here. Little by little. Uh, we just want to copy this as well and set this to chase. And then if that happens, switch to chase. Okay. Uh, and now we can take chase and build up that real quick. Yeah, we need to add it to our finite states. We'll add it right here. Stop this. Stop this madness. Just organizing a little bit here. In our chase script, we want to set it in the same way as we don't need this anymore. Get out of my face. I want to take this transition. So if we're chasing, rip those out. We're just going to copy this out. That's fine. Go to chase, paste it. And so do. You shouldn't have even been able to patrol. How did you transition out of the chase state? Idle. You went to idle. That's why. We're not going to be able to leave chase mode. So once he enters chase now, he's going to permanently chase me. He should have permanently chased me because we're entering the chase condition. What? We need to set an initialize script so that we don't mess this up. And for now, we're just going to start the drone on the idle state. We'll debug that next section here in a second. Okay, the second I left, he went on patrol. So he shouldn't be able to do that. Once he enters chase, we're changing his state to chase. He should not patrol. There's some leftover logic that's happening. Yeah, appreciate it. Appreciate it. Um, let's see here. Change. This is a transition inside of an action. So we are patrolling. Hmm. You shouldn't be able to patrol. What's happening here? Let me go back to my player here real quick. I'm missing something. Uh, if the text is any of these things, do these things. In idle, trigger once. So from idle, and we go to our when we're in idle, go to idle. When we're in this state, huh? Give me a good second here to scratch my head and understand what's happening here. So player state, enemy state. For now, we can only chase. If not, we're gonna maintain idle. Okay. There's no way to exit the chase state. So this is actions, right? And then if I duplicated this, this is transitions. Patrol right now is the only transition that we can do. So that was it, I'm pretty sure. Patrol. So now so basically, I don't think we can do a wait over here, right? No. Okay. I'm just making sure I'm not crazy. So same issue as before with setting a wait timer here. We need to set a trigger. If we're in the idle state. Because we would have to be to already be in here. So this is like double negative. So it doesn't really matter. When wait a variable amount of time, uh, and now of course we're talking about before having to. Yeah. So now what's happening is this trigger, even though we're going to the chase and chase doesn't have any condition, it seems like the engine can remember. Seems weird to need to do that, but okay. So now there we go. So now he'll permanently chase me. Oh no, and in a way that does make sense, actually, because uh, I've been thinking about this the wrong way with this finite state machine. Um, I think for one, that has to be separate. Everything should be underneath this. No? I'm confused. I guess I had that right. No, I'm super confused. What has happened? What has happened? But why? But why? But why? Because that shouldn't happen. Because when we're switching our variable to chase, is there enemy script somewhere else? It almost feels like I'm competing with. some random event I had somewhere. You know what I'm saying? So at the beginning of the scene, you don't need to do that. So game events, we're including the finite state machine. I need to go investigate our player scripts a little bit more. Okay. When we're in player run, so when we chase, right, it's the same thing as saying this. So is this the issue with the, it has to do with our idle? So if we, remove actions, right, and we just look at what we're doing. So while we're idling, uh, do nothing. Jace is actually a transition. So yeah, see you tomorrow. Thank you for stopping in. Now enemy patrol. Okay, let's. All right, bringing patrol back. Here we go again. So we're gonna say that this is move, right? This is what we're doing. So immediately when it is patrol, because we already know that, we're going to pick a tile and move to it. And when we do that, we're going to start a counter. Whoa, okay, later, dude. Right. Okay. Starting over. Starting from patrol from scratch because this stuff is whack. All right. All right. So, if we're patrolling, which is the case, we're patrolling because we're not chasing. So we only want that to trigger once. Like we every time we enter this, we only want that to happen one time. Killing me. Do that once. Okay. Now that should have happened. Patrolling should happen first because there's no player. But we don't want that to happen if we're chasing. But that shouldn't happen. But as long as we're not chasing and we're not below, so that should be the first thing he does when we see him. And he did. He went into patrol. So now in patrol, I'm going to start with a transition of chase. Right? So now we can say, right here, we just copy this. So from in chasing, or not in chasing, in patrol, if the player's distance is below, transition. I don't care if you're chasing or not. Okay. Now he's still chasing me, though. And it has to do with this force, movement force. It's driving me nuts. When we patrol, we need to stop. Over here. We need to stop. Stop. Moving. Stop. Force. Stop the object. Stop the drone. Stop moving. Do that one time when we enter patrol. And he's chasing me indefinitely. When we're chasing, patrol. Good. Chase. Okay. It had to do with the order in which I placed those things, I guess. Thumbs are difficult. Okay. So now he's chasing me, but he won't stop chasing me. Because that's what he's supposed to do. And I want him to stop chasing me. So return to idle. So we need to create a new group. Add group. Call it transitions, right? And inside of our transitions, we want an idle script, which we can say when we're no longer within the drone's range in a chase, transition to idle. And I'm just going to copy this, paste it here, change it to idle. So now when we're being chased, we can transition to, and we'll just change this to idle. Oh, I dislike this very much. Chase, idle, chase, chase, idle, patrolling, patrolling, chase, idle. Okay, there we go. There we go. Now we're getting it figured out. Now we're cooking with gas. In our patrol, did that not work? Did he not change back his eyes to... Oh, he did. Oh, it's when we go back to idle that we need to change it. I don't know. Is it called neutral? It is. Mm-hmm. That's interesting because it... I'm just nothing. I'm just kind of moving things around, organizing. I got quiet here. Whoa. That's what I expected. But that's good. I mean, all right. So when we enter the patrol state, one time, do this once. Change the wait time. I, I really don't understand why I can't just do. Let me understand this. So idle patrol. Now the only thing that should happen in patrol state, we're in idle still. Now we're in patrol. Chase. Idle. Okay. Idle. Uh, this seems the same thing to me. Why does that work? Okay, so from idle, that works. Uh, wait X amount of time. And hey, what's up, Goblin? Sorry, someone was blowing me up on Discord. And not our Discord server. Okay. Sorry about that. So, what was I doing? So, whenever we enter the state machine, change the idle animation to neutral. when the player is not within range, and the timer, the idle timer is greater than or equal to for now we're just gonna say 3 seconds. We can say patrol actually. So the patrol timer is greater than equal to all right. When we're greater than the wait time. So every time we go into idle, we want to trigger this once. While true. Set the animation and start the timer. Start or reset timer. Patrol. I think that's gonna run every second, right? Or I guess we did it once, so let's see what happens. Patrol. Patrol. Idle, patrol. Idle, patrol. I can see the number trying to change when we go into patrol, but and we also need to set the I just realized we need to set the variable of the object. Weight equal to random in range 1 to 4. Oops, random in range 1 to 4. Chase, idle, patrol, chase, idle. Sorry, we need to wait 3 to 8 seconds to really be able to tell. Because we need to restart the timer. If the distance is below and the timer for patrol is greater than this, do that. Otherwise, chase in idle. In chase, the only thing we can do is go to idle. And then in patrol, we can go to chase. But now we need to go. You got some tuna salad? Nice. I love tuna salad. It is, that stuff is bomb. So while we're in patrol, we can chase the player. And we're going to do the same thing kind of as the let's see. We're already not moving when we go into the idle state. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay, I was off by a count. Cool. Cool. All right. So, um, we've got the timer working. Holy cow. Okay. Jeez. All right. Okay. I'm crying over here. Variable string. Wait. Going to our patrol. Now we have to control what patrolling we do, right? So we actually need to do it like this. All right. So what do we do now in patrol? We check to see if the distance between two objects is 100, but not below 16. 32. Hold on. Calculator. 16. Oh, 16. Oh my goodness. 16 times. We'll say 6 tiles. So 96. So if we're not below, or 96 and we'll say 10 tiles. That's a lot of movement, actually. We'll do 96 as our maximum. 96 plus. We'll do 128. That's a huge movement, though. 112. No, it should be 112. 96. Minimum of 4? 64? Yeah, that makes sense. Hello, why aren't you moving? Hello? Roll, damn it. Oh, he's moving. Whoa. Whoa. Gone too far, man. Whoa. Chasey, chasey. Okay, maybe that was the tile that he... No, because he can't choose that tile. I saw what you said, Artistic Goblin. Give me just a second. I'll get back to you. I'm trying to figure out what the heck. Hmm. Okay, so stopping the movement seemed to be the wrong call. Mm. My guy ain't moving. He did before, right? We saw that move. I saw him move. Why you not move? Why you no move? Hello? 3, 4, 5, 6. Patrolling. Oh, I got too close. No, that's way too long. No, that's way too long. There we go. Um, okay. So, patrol, right? We got to figure out how to do this. So, we're going to switch this over to an instant force just for now. So, he should be selecting a bunch of them randomly. Like, there should be a bunch of them. So, he should technically not move at all. Oh, there he goes. So, he doesn't know what to do because he's randomly choosing constantly, right? But we got him to move. That's the important part. Chase, idle. Any day now, bud. Patrolling. Okay, but he didn't really patrol, did he? Double? Do I need to double it? I don't understand. The trigger once system inside of GDevelop confuses the life out of me. Why you no work? Okay. Oh, where's he going? Where's he going? I'm going to smash my head on the counter because I cannot, for the life of me, figure out how to select the right tile. Okay, listen. The first thing we're going to do, right? So, like, the first thing it does every time we come in here, every time we enter the script, 16 by 16. I know. I just changed the force type. I know. Hmm. I do. I do have experience in 3D modeling. Uh, a little bit, not much, but I've done some cool stuff. Uh, let's see here. Done a lot of voxel stuff, but that's kind of baby town. Uh, I've done like some characters. Did all the hair, swords. That's no, no, I don't. I suck at hands. Suck at hands. Okay, seriously though, what? Dude, I'm literally gonna go watch a Helper Wesley video. Like I'm confused. Uh, yeah, probably. That would make sense. I think I did it backwards last time too. But let's see what happens. Sweet mother! Where you going, buddy? Where? Wait, where you going? Where? Where you going? Where? Right. We don't talk about what happens when he collides with it, do we? Uh, Here we would need a when the drone is in when the tiles because then it would be when the tile's in collision when the tile is in collision with the drone. Stop moving. And in that case, we just want to, that'll be a transition into idle. Add event group. Right, to keep, you're right. It does have to be there. But it is the, I was going to set a trigger and then trigger it over here. But rather than doing that, I can do it here. Just doesn't make it as organized as I was thinking. Because what I was thinking about doing is setting a bool trigger, but I can handle that by just simply. You're right. Don't worry about it. That was just happenstance of where I dragged it. That was unintentional. It needs to be under that because it's a condition of picking the tile. Jesus, I hate AI. AI development's dumb. Wait. We gotta stop movement when we hit idle. Stop the force. Stop the force of the drone every time we go into idle. Stop it. That's way too long. How about... All right. Okay. All right. Mm-hmm. You're really going. This guy's got a mind of his own. He's gone. He's gone. Yeah. Dude's got some major sight range. We're gonna lower that so he can't chase me from halfway across the galaxy. I guess we could just do it in the patrol, huh? Set it here, stop it, and go to idle. Where you going, home slice? Nope, he's going forever. And he's gone. Do I have to do it this way? What happened? Why you no work? Hello? Why you no work? Patrolling. Going this way. We'll make it a big screen so I can see better. And I have a feeling he doesn't care. Yeah, he's gone again. Guy doesn't care. Hmm. Oh, you are right. You are. That is. But I like this then, right? Because we want it to select at a certain distance, but then we want to immediately restrict it to only be a certain distance, right? I think I messed that up. Now he's gone. Okay, that didn't work. Hey, what's going on, Tuminous? What's up, Bo? We are smashing our heads against the table until we get the AI to function. Whoa. Whoa, he moved. Oh, he moved. Oh, yeah, yeah. These things could just move forever, though. This thing is going to be scary. How would we get it to move within a certain radius of its... Oh, you know what? Okay, so now that we've got this working, I had an epiphany in my head. If we create around every creature, we set a radius based on their sight range, right? From a spawn location. So when we randomly generate where our mobs spawn, we'll pin, we'll I mean, and simply we'll just mark their spawn location. So it'll be like spawn X, spawn Y, right? And that'll be this location. And then we can say from that location, for each object, only select squares within the radius of that spawn. Pick a random tile within this set and then move to it. So that way it'll only ever move like this. We don't want it to go out here. Because then what happens when we have a high level creature? Distance. I didn't think about ray casts. Oh! Huh. Because if I did a raycast system, I could do weights based on distances to things. So that way, while I'm navigating, if something blocks my way, I can avoid it. Bo's right. Bo's right. I've been thinking about. Okay, so I work on Metroidvanias, which are side scrollers. Damn it. And patrolling enemies are easy because you set two locations, and when they hit it, turn it around, and hit it, and then turn it around. Or you can do a wall check where you build a. When you're doing Metroidvanias, you build a little point, and you check for its collision, and then turn it around. If you want to do a guy that's like bouncing off walls, uh, that makes sense to me. Developing in a circle hurts my brain. Okay, this stuff right here, thinking like this, drawing lines like this. That's crazy. It's genius, but it's crazy. Yeah, yeah. Riley's right. Riley's right. And this is why we have friends. Thanks, Bo, for turning my 2 hour stream into a self-loathing realization. Thank you. But you're right. But you are right. Why are we doing it this way? Uh, because I'm not smart. I told you guys this. I tell you guys this all the time. I'm a dummy. Okay, and I'm a dummy that knows how to draw. That's what this is. I'm about to cry fresh tears for you right now. Two of them. Two fresh tears. Ah! Oh, jeez. Oh, yeah. I'm, I'm angry. All right. Wah. All right. No, so basically, though, with the system that I was saying, reborn, because I missed your comment. If when we spawn the creature, so if I spawn it like a node, which our nodes, what they do when we spawn them is each tile is 16 by 16, and we're building it tile by tile, which is a chunk effectively, right? And as we do that, each one of these not only gets its own ID, but it forms an array effectively. And then what it does is it checks each tile, and if the tile doesn't have a collision, then we have a potential spawn zone. So it decides what's a potential spawn zone and what isn't. So then what we do is we decide where a mob spawns based on this data. So if it's a tree, don't spawn a mob. If it's a rock, don't spawn a mob. If there's nothing to be found, or if there is one there, find another spot and do it again. And if there's one there, do it again. Keep doing it until we finally complete our cycle. And so now what we can do is if we spawn an enemy, we can set a sight radius based on spawn X, spawn Y. So we can just set that. So each mob will have a spawn, which is set to 0, 0 at the start. And then we'll save the map location of this grid. So it'll get its XY value and set it into here. And that'll never move because it's tied to a global scene position. Because we generate from the origin. So for each chunk of navigation that we're building, we can set their spawn radius, and then we can just choose IDs of squares that are inside of that and move to those, but not base the movement any longer off of where the radius of that player, but rather the spawn radius. Yes, exactly. So if it chases the player outside of the zone, uh, it will return back to somewhere a random position and resume patrolling. And that way, in our game, if it's procedurally generated and randomly generated, we don't have drones that are just walking their way happenstancely into the player's house. That would be bad. You want a boss to roam into your house? I sure don't. I could, you don't want random, because then there is going to be a time in our game, if we don't do this, that some high level monster is going to just casually stroll his ass into your house and destroy everything. So yeah, let's not do that. Let's not do that. Let's rethink this whole idea. Uh, yeah. And you're right, you can do raycasting, and I have done raycasting for patrolling enemies. It's just another way of doing it. It depends on how advanced my enemy is. If I have, but there are ways of doing it for sure. Uh, and that makes sense. Yeah, if you want an enemy that doesn't just yeet itself off of an edge, you could do that. Um, So the fundamentals of raycasting. I need to learn about raycasting. I don't spend much time doing any work with rays as often as I'd like. I do it for like shooters. I can do a raycast bullet. But raycasting in a 360, because what I'm thinking now, right? If we want to make some really juicy AI, real juicy AI, right? What we want to do is take our player's position. I'm going to use this glorious little bastard. All right, so we got to take our player's position, and we're going to shoot rays. Let's say this is an enemy, right? The drone. So we're going to get a perfect radius. This is just an example, so I don't need to freak out. I'm trying to be precise. And if we're casting rays, right, and in every degree, so we have this essentially a red circle, but it's a red circle of lines, which is important. So rather than it just being a red circle, uh, these should be technically lines by my understanding, right? So we have all these individual rays. And when we enter a movement stage, right? Because this we only want to do this for enemies that we can see. So our game is going to be pausing right now. What we're going to be doing is we have a sight radius around the player already, and what we're going to be doing is as we generate chunks, it's going to hide everything that we can't see, but it's going to store the information so when we come back, it can dynamically reload it based on those values of the array. Because we're building a grid array to hold, so like we have a big storage array, and it holds each chunk in an array. So here's a chunk, and each of these are 100 or 32 by 32, which is 1024 total squares, or the square area is 1024 tiles. So we're storing that information in here, and each one has its own XY grid and an ID number of 1, and then what type of tile it is, what color it is, whatever. So value. And then we're going to store each of those things. But as we move around, so what all that ends up looking like is our maps are going to be, at least in theory, right, in my head, we'll start storing maps like this. Let's say this is the array, right, and each cube is going on, each tile, as we discussed, is filling that space. It'll just look like 1, 2, 3 in the array to number 32, and then it'll reset and do it again and again and again and again and again, like just reiterating over that. So then as we move, let's say this is our player sight range, as we move X amount of distance, undraw everything outside of that radius for each player, and only render it on the client, right? So we're not bogging each other down as we're moving around, right? So at this radius, don't draw any of this. And that way we can dynamically move around, and we're only ever generating in real time kind of and we're just hiding what we can't see. I'm hoping that that will work for GDevelop. But anyways, so what I'm thinking though, are you sure? Whoa. Interesting. That means I really got to be conscientious about how I save chunk data, which means I need smaller chunks. Anyways, okay, that's interesting. Didn't know that. Uh, we're gonna use that to our advantage. So anyway, so if we have an enemy, right, and the radius would be fairly small around them, if we gave them a ray cast and we were letting them free roam, just move around wherever they wanted within a certain radius of their spawn. So let's say the max range that they can move is in here. If there was an object in the way, a pathfinding object like a rock, right? We can still have the player like this would, let's say, become yellow as because there's something blocking it, and the AI, we can teach it to know that we're getting close to that, and if that's the case, to continue to avoid it while we move around it. And that way, if there's multiple objects or other enemies, they won't collide with them. Though we can use a weight system depending on what it is within distance of your location to dynamically move around and check for objects and everything. So we can't, if that's the case though, we can't have, you know, huge swarms of mobs. We won't be able to do that. We need to, you know, we'd have to limit and be conscientious about the amount of mobs. Yeah, because I was thinking about Wesley's how to build a procedurally, like how to build a generated map for like top down, you know, and then deleting, generating and deleting based on like pre-built room templates, right? And then generating like that, which we might end up doing. Because what I'm thinking is at the start of the game might generate a bunch of chunks while the player's loading in, like design the chunks, and then recycle them and use them over and over, and then connect them in ways that make sense. And then just delete, because then we're importing from like a scene, a single scene camera entity or something. But I think that this makes sense. And I've seen something like this done before. There's another YouTuber. What is his name? Uh, Game Endeavor. This is a great video, actually. Oops, it's coming through my speakers. But if you guys haven't seen this, this is pretty awesome. Uh, okay, it's coming through my microphone, and I don't want that. So we're gonna stop that.
Your precious cheese. One of the more difficult tasks that I've come across as a developer is how to handle enemy movement in a way that's convincing and engaging for the player. This is especially difficult.
Let's think about this real quick, because I really like this idea. What
entities are nearby so they don't clump up together into a hyperdense single.
So we're gonna watch this together, and
everything else around them. And even once they've figured out how they should move, they need to do so smoothly so they don't jitter around like me after a long night of binge coding and coffee. Even though combat isn't the primary focus for my game, not nearly as much as the exploration and role-playing, I still want it to be enjoyable because it's what builds tension and keeps
absolutely, math is important, but we can we don't have to make it, right?
Not what I'm using, to be clear, but it is where I started, and it helped me develop the technique that I'm currently using. Steering behaviors are where you combine simple actions such as move to this point, keep away from these points, and move in the same direction as these other points. On their own, these behaviors are very simple and unimpressive, but when combined and tweaked in specific ways, they can create something that I was quite stunned with when I first encountered them. But after implementing this some time ago in a prototype for another game, I quickly noticed some major flaws with the system. The biggest glaring one being how opposing vectors can cancel each other out to cause pretty silly situations where the AI will run away from the player, but there's a wall immediately opposite to them, so they just stand there completely dumbfounded by the existence of this wall as they wait for their slowly impending doom. Ideally, you would want them to realize that they have other options available to them, such as stepping ever so slightly to the side and continuing along that path for a bit. But since there's only one vector that has complete control over how they move, they just sit there, barely moving if at all. I searched
So
for a
that's what I was
steering
worried about
behavior
for
that
vectors.
linked
I'm trying to
object
think of.
to AI movement and found a context-based steering behavior that inspired what I'm currently using. This is very similar to the behavior that I mentioned before, but it keeps a record of how desirable different directions are and chooses the most preferred direction that it can perform. For example, say I were to set down a carrot for Truffles to snack upon. Odds are that he's going to move directly towards that carrot. That would be the obvious choice. But hold on there, Truffles, not so fast. He could, in theory, step off to the side for a bit, make a big half circle around the carrot, and then go in for the snack. It would be rather silly, yes, but it's still an option. So to help Truffles evaluate the different directions that he could take, I'm storing his options as weights that he can check and pick the most desirable path in the event that some of his options may be limited.
Hmm.
To help me visualize these weights as longer lines being more desirable, and red lines meaning that they have absolutely no desire to move in that direction. So as you can see, when one direction becomes obstructed, then the AI will pick the next best option and move in that direction instead. In order for an AI to determine this, I need to tell it how likely a direction is to perform the desired result. I'm using a dot product here between the direction being considered and a vector that the entity would like to move towards. For those unaware, dot product is a very useful thing that will return the cosine value of the angle between two normalized vectors. This value being the 1 in direction of the normal, -1 in the opposite direction, and 0 perpendicular to it. When normalized between 0 and 1, you get a scale of how desirable that direction is. The AI can then use this to determine which direction it should move. This is great for moving towards a specific location.
So let's look at this real quick in a math format. So what he's saying is we're gonna go backwards here. Let's bring our character back. So that circle that he's drawing is, let's say, the radius around the entity. So it doesn't need to be very far. That use the white outline for the players only. Bo, can you elaborate on it? Sorry. Okay, so then we can use something called dot, and I need to. How does that work? Does gdevelop have dot? Is that a math function? It might be in the extended math script. I'm looking through the math tools right now. Oh yeah. Well, it'd be player and potentially moving objects. Because right now in the game, as we have it, right, there's no white outline on anything until it becomes an item. So you can kind of see it here. If I move away from him and throw that down, items then have white outlines to make them more visible. But that might not end up being necessary. And with the white system, we don't see it really well right now. But going backwards to something I did earlier today, um, we'll change the chase animation real quick. We're just gonna label this. Doesn't matter, and we're gonna label this chase instead, and add the outline. No. Okay, I'm just gonna drive me nuts. I gotta edit this real quick. Take out the blue, and then apply. Okay, so now when he chases us, what? Come on, I just removed the chase outline. The what? Did I not save it? Okay, someone explain to me what in the actual. What? My brain. My brain. Why is that not working? Hello? Oh, I know. I know why. I know why. Because it's done by name. I did it by name, not number, right? And so uh, it will change the animation name. Uh, it's fine. I'll just. It's fine. I don't mind. All right. I kind of like the Mario, the 2D Mario flip. You know, the Paper Mario flip. I think it looks pretty good with mobs and the player. I had just changed the animation order. What are you talking about? When you create a animation variable and you name it chase, and then you move the animation in the animation tree, it because I set it to chase, when I change the name of this, because I set it by name using a drop down menu inside of the developing tool, it will change the expression based on what it was before. So if I change that one to CD, then this one becomes CD, and that's what happened. All right, let's look up some math on raycasts because I want to learn this pathfinding behavior. Yeah. I don't want 3D raycasts. I just want regular raycast. Why? All right, let's take a look at this. Okay. In our enemy state, for each instance, and right now we're all using drone, but I guess we do it per state, right? So when we initialize a character, we would want to do this effectively, right? So, oh, I guess that was the states. Let me think about this. I'm just gonna look at. I don't know nothing about rays. Ray cast, mob, the source position, the ray angle. Hey, what's up, Blue Knight? Can I Yo, guys, can I modulate right here? Do you guys know? Can I modulate between 270 and 0? It should be 270 first, right? 0 to 270 or 360. The way that GDevelop has, or it's not modulate, it's called modula. Bo, you're saying what Bo is saying, I believe, is that but that would only check for the player, of course. But then we're drawing one ray in the direction of the player at all times from each enemy, and then that we can see, of course. and then if we get close enough and we touch that ray to chase us, and then when we're outside of the range of the array, stop chasing. And that we can say if something comes between us, it blocks the ray. That could be super slow. What do you mean? Because what I was going to do is cast a ray in a ray within the maximum distance around you in every direction. Hey, what's up, Ginge? Today's been a difficult stream. I won't lie. We are working on AI. What do you mean? Elaborate. You mean like to change him so he looks at my player more? Like, what do you mean? Oh, oh, uh, but doesn't. Oh, I see. Wouldn't we want to do a two position then? Right? Is that what you're saying? So rather than just a regular raycast, we're going to go to a position. But you're saying for the parameter of around. Couldn't we just bypass that by doing a ray to the position? Effectively doing the same thing. Yeah. Okay. I see. I got what you meant though. Uh, dang it. You guys are math wizards. Do we need to? We don't really need to store anything, right? Not currently. If we're just. Okay. Well, so this makes sense to me if we were so going back to what we were saying before. So like if we were doing the drone site and we could say using the same raycast, we can use that stored point and raycast to a random point and then check A, is there something in the way of that? And then if so, go around it. I think that's what I'm literally explaining what Reborn just said. uh so what we can do though in our patrol script then, hold on here. So in the top of patrol, if we start redoing our entire thing here, uh let's see. For each I need to do a for each statement because I want for each no, that's already happening for each drone. So we're already doing that. We don't need to do that again. So now we can say I want to store when we go to patrol the uh its XY position. So we're gonna go to the we're gonna say enemy. We're gonna do this a little bit differently. We're gonna do enemy variable number uh uh drone. Give me a second. Yeah, we're doing. No, I got distracted. Now we're doing uh this real quick. Uh, so now I could just every time I do a loop, and I don't need this right here. We'll need to do a. I only want to do this once for each drone. Do this thing one time. Raycasting? No, no, don't feel bad. This is good. This is important. This is important. So right now, though, obviously we don't have too much going on here. Uh, he'll go to the patrol, and right now nothing is happening. So, all right. Uh, uh, the angle of degrees in GDevelop is weird though, isn't it? Doesn't it start in a weird place? No, it starts 0 on the right side, so 360 is all the way back to the beginning. It's all right. I was thinking of something else, a maximum distance of mob drone range. Uh, mod. Gotta quit clicking on things. Mod 0 to 360. In a mob enemy dot range enemy variable range. This should be all be enemy anyways, because we want this to be universal. We'll start changing some, the script up when we add more enemies, but best to start here. And for now, that's what we want to do. Oh, you're right. How do we? I'm trying to think of without doing like a for each sort of thing, because in coding I would, like for each degree based on X amount of degrees, right? So you're right. Would it just be like +1 degrees? So it's like for each degree, repeat X number of times, do an array in each degree. That's going to be really heavy. We don't need it that big. We need it like every time we run it in degrees of like 20 degrees, if that makes sense. Right. No, no, no. It is. Is there a way for us to see the ray? You're right. It would be 8. And this time it's 16 because I'm doing 20 or 20. If I do 20, so 0 to 90, 2, 4, 6, 8. That's too little. We want to do uh every 16 degree. I just want to visually see. It wouldn't be 16 though. Uh dude, what I here. What am I doing? Let's do 4 per 22.5, yeah. So 16 arrays all the way around. And then I want to draw. I have to add that, don't I? I don't think I have that in a shape painter. Shape, paint, paint, painter. No, there it is. Wait, laser. Do I have to add one? Right? Yeah, yeah. It doesn't really matter because I'm just testing it for now. So, gonna delete that. Create a new object. Shape painter. Make it red. array. Observe. And go back to our patrol. Add a shape painter array. Do I have to create it right now for each one? How do you draw with an like? How do you use this thing? I don't really use the painter. How does one do this? Right, you do have to put it in the scene. I do know that actually. I have another one. I think up here. This is a particle entity, but so we have to put the ray in the scene. So let's do a repeat. 16 times. Oh, copy that. Now, how do we use this thing? Oh, line? That's a painter thing? Oh, I see. So then we should just use the begin fill path. So from the enemy's position, and then we end it. Uh, Potentially. I don't freaking know. Wait. This is what? From which one? In this one? Is what you're saying? Here. Oh, in the line. In the line. Line. I see what you're saying. Okay, let's go back here for a second. In the line, you're saying right. I see. I see what you're saying. The position endpoint would be the but wouldn't the angle what The angle is changing every time we reiterate, though. Because the distance is the range. Is the right? What do you what should be what do you mean is the variable? What variable? Because we're drawing from I did. Yeah. It's 100 currently. I'm going to shrink its range, but we do have one. G develop. Right. You're saying uh set the variable to let's say angle, right? And we'll start that at 0. And then you're saying variable add one, add in this case add 22.5. And then in this one we're saying we're going with the variable in this one actually it's enemy dot variable angle. And then we're going to say from the uh, like this. Yeah, I guess that makes sense. Oh, but not a sub event. Right. Right. Yep. Oh, it doesn't help if I don't have a y point though. Hmm. I have not heard of the Bevy engine. Okay. Negative. No, it's not. Actually, it might be. Hold on. No, it's on the base layer. It should be drawing. I can change its Z order. But it should be seen even when it's in the The distance is 100. That's definitely not tiny. Yeah, the range is 100. Wait. Shouldn't this be... Are we drawing it against the mob, the drone? Is this our issue? Ain't happening, Chief. I feel like this needs to be in here, though. It's driving me nuts. Negative. That's not working. Oh, it's when it's patrolling. For one, I'm an idiot. That's whack. Okay. Oh, indeed. We need to be running this uh though at the beginning of the creation of each of these guys, because we're going to now be testing uh do we have to test against a tree? Do we have to do this for each? Oh, no, I know what to do for a collision. Sorry, for a collision entity. So now it's judging for collisions because the trees are already a collision entity. It is not. The window is not 720p. Yes, it is. I lied. I lied to you. Yes, it is. It's 1280 by 720 because of mobile compatibility in the long run. But I turned off a feature because my menu is getting messed up. So now we're repeating this, but we're drawing uh, that ray, but we want to be drawing that ray all the time. So what I want to do is in our finite state machine at the very beginning, initialize each of them. And this is wrong. Anyways, this should, because this would only happen the once, but not every time a player joins or something, right? So we need to address that. But basically, at the top of our finite state machine, when we initialize our character, we're going to build that array. But we're going to shrink it down and make it smaller and less resource intensive. So yeah, yeah, because the drone's moving. I do recognize that. that it should be drawn from the. We can. This stuff is irrelevant here in a second. Let me move things around. Give me a moment here. Uh, right. Yeah. We're just gonna copy these two things. Go back to our enemy, and for each enemy, repeat this step. Oops, not that. Initialize step for the finite state machine. And then inside of that script, we can run this. If the enemy finite state machine of the enemy is set to initialize state, set the control shift D is how to do it. It depends on what's on my mind. Sometimes I use it, sometimes I don't. I don't have time to think about that all the time though. You know? That's something that I would do uh when I'm not streaming cuz I have to constantly think while I'm streaming, what I'm saying, what I'm doing, all that stuff. Try not to be quiet all the time, thinking about this, that, the other thing. Also ADHD. Did I do it to the init state? See, I can't even remember what it. Yeah, okay. I like this is so much bigger for some reason. uh, what was I doing? All right, init state. So now each one will start broken and then should turn to idle. Init state. Did I goof this? What did I do? No, it is the same thing. Oh, I'm an idiot. Okay, that is all sorts of broken. Okay. All right. So now we're gonna bring that uh patrol this. Come here. Come here. Thank you. See here. Right? And now we're going to change that character's range because it's insane. And we're going to do, oh, the range is 150. Okay, we're going to do 64. Just a few squares around it, right? Shrink that down. Well, and so now what we're going to be doing, though, is changing up how range and everything else works. To an avoid size, right? So now we can go back into our drone, and instead of we have range, we can add another variable called radius. I don't know, rad area. I don't know. And we're gonna do 32, and then now his range is 100. It will be you when there it will be when, as much as I understand what you're saying, right? Don't draw this line because there's nothing there. To break it down, we start with drawing all of our lines because I'm trying to learn why I'm doing this. So I start by drawing all the lines, and then later, if there's nothing there, don't draw a line. And then whenever something breaks that line, or because what's going to happen is what I want to do is it's checking its area while it's moving. And then if something enters that area, we're going to avoid it. We're going to move around it. And the only way I can think to do that is by doing what we're doing right now. Drawing it all the way every way. So while it's moving, it's checking. But right now, we're basically only drawing the lines once, right? Okay, yeah, but what happens when there's another drone? So we got to think about what happens when there's more drones too, right? So because we're not using Boyd's movement, we're not telling it to avoid somebody else. So what happens when we're moving? Okay, he's chasing me. So there's a rock right here. I'm right here. It's me, Alex. He's following me. And then another drone comes in, right? This drone should be checking to see if there's anything in front of him. But if something happens and the drone turns around, or I'm just trying to take into consideration dynamic movement in a way where we can guarantee that this guy is, even if it is resource intensive, making sure that he's not colliding with anybody. Well, currently they're a collision object. Yeah, they will move independently. And that's what I'm talking about. Because if we have another one and he's moving on his own and he's casting his rays, as they move in and as they move around, say there's a tree here, we want to avoid the tree. We want to move around it. If we're here and we're moving through between objects, we might need to judge the most favorable route. Because I'm developing AI with the idea that it wants to find the best route. And so if we weigh, if there's a collision, this is less important. So this ray becomes smaller. It's less important. than the distance than this one. And so if there's a tree here, we want to test that that's there too, because we want to go in the most desirable, clear direction. And if we're only registering in the front, then we can't tell if this is a better direction to avoid fire. Because then I'll have to turn around and test again. That takes too long. At least in what I would imagine, it would taking too long. Rather than just having a system where we render a very small radius around the object in arrays, developing, and this is what yeah, I probably should look at nav mesh. It'd probably save me a lot of time in developing AI, to be honest. But I'm basically developing my own nav mesh movement. So we're just looking for collisions and avoiding them moving in real time. I'm just gonna keep moving forward with my idea here, and if it doesn't work, then that sucks for me, doesn't it? Uh, yeah, I'm trying to think about how we're gonna do our math here, because once we create this array system, we're drawing these lines, but then we're setting those lines. I hadn't Ginge, but that's a good point. Uh, Roles security. We don't need to see security as a. Sorry, I was just checking out my Discord. Uh, let's see here. Uh, let's see here. That the range needs to be uh ray. What did I call it? Fuck. Ray area. That's sad. Oh no, dude, that sucks. I'm sorry. Isn't that strange, actually? We're gonna draw from the enemy's center. What? What is this? What is this? What happened here? What? All right. There we go. Balanced out that ray. Uh, I guess it doesn't really matter. Hmm. A little confused here why it did that. I'm trying to. Not drawing it from the right location, technically. Uh, this is the same thing as saying X, Y, but just for a second to figure out what the heck is going on here. It's very strange. All right, let me so right, and that weights it down. That is we could do it at a weight variable, essentially adding what areas are more or less important. Uh, but I wonder if there's not a different way to do this. I'm not entirely sold on this premise. What about there's another video I watched that I want to review with you guys. That has to do with tile movement.
In my last video, I announced that I had started working on my
All right, this guy is very loud.
game so far, but I want to start. It's coming along nicely, along with some more to swap out tedious level design. This project is.
Hmm.
Oh no! I
No,
accidentally created.
1 second. I thought it was his movement system. Uh, AI 2D. There's a really cool video I watched that I'm trying to find. That was the same guy as the last video. Uh, dang, it was like point movement. It was crazy. Like each tile had um whose video was it? It was very interesting. I thought it was the same guy. I thought it was Game Endeavor. But maybe it's not Game Endeavor? I thought it was the way he changed. No, I don't think it is Game Endeavor. Effectively. Oh, for sure. Yeah. I could do some programming in other languages. As long as you can create a flowchart, you can make it in GDevelop. That's it basically. Context steering is what we're talking about doing. How to use context steering in
Let's now implement the context steering behaviors in Unity. I have prepared a simple project where I have enemy AI have sort of a detectors. We will pass the data from the detectors to the AI data script, and next we are going to run the steering behaviors that will get the interest and danger arrays out of the data from the detect interest points, and okay, let me pick us to attack. Next, we're going to have a public color to the array obstacles. Those two, I'm going to call this to only take into account.
Show me your math. Okay, collider. He's creating a detection radius collider. Show gizmos true. Copy. Detect. We're passing in AI data. Detect. Where are we getting our AI data from? Gizmos.
Representing that this obstacle was taken into make this class abstract. So serialized field private float target detection range method that takes in AI data. Now we take in the AI one, so from the position of our, we'll basically check if I'm going to call it AI. So and we are going to cab link will be in the description.
There we go.
Basically, the AI data script will contain a list, a public list of transform called targets, and it will be by default null. Those will be the targets detected by our AI in case we want to have multiple targets and we want the AI to choose which target is the best option for us to attack. Next, we're going to have a public color to the array obstacles, and again, this will be null, and we are going to store here all the references to the obstacles around our enemy that it should avoid. Next, we are going to also store a public transform current target reference. So this will be our current target that we are going to follow. And next, we're going to have a simple method public int get targets count. Since those are both null, we are going to check if target is null, we are going to return 0, else we are going to return the count to avoid having a null exception, reference exception error appearing in our code. Okay, let's save this, and to fill in those two collections, we need to now create our detectors. So let's go back to
Okay, so let's I want to see the end result real quick to make sure that this is something that we would want to do, but I understand what he's saying.
Okay, great. Let's select our enemy object.
Yeah, no, there's some translation that could definitely. I've got a few ideas.
Match the name that we pass here as a string, and we are going to simply look for detection mechanic. So let's press play. Okay. And if we select our target detector and check show gizmos, you should now be seeing this raycast shot from the enemy towards your player if the player is close in range. So let me select the target detector and enable show gizmos, and now you can see that we are in the circle of this detector and we are shooting the raycast. if I move my enemy behind the obstacle, even though the player is in range of our circle, we are not shooting the raycast because the enemy is not visible, because the player is not visible, and we are shooting basically the ray at the obstacle here. Now, if we select the obstacle detector, you should now see the red dot appear on top of this obstacle. If we move our enemy closer to this rock, we're going to see that now this rock was taken into account. So now we know that our detectors for the enemy work. Let's take a break, and in the next video, all the data about
That's interesting. Yeah, because he's not done with this. That's because we haven't finished the steering script.
welcome class.
So avoidance, right? Then
Steering is that if the value to put in is greater than what we already have in our danger array, only then we want to assign for this direction this new weight value. Okay, so when we have moved through each obstacle and assigned our values to each direction, because maybe there are two obstacles and one is closer, we are going to override the danger values for the values of the closer collider. When we are all done, we are going to assign dangerous results temp equals the danger, return, danger, and
right.
so the last seen position of our rather than somewhere to the obstacle if we try position. And here we have this logic.
Right, I just want to see it.
Again, the player, because if we now drag the enemy closer, you will see that this starts updating again because the player again is in the near range of the target detector of the enemy. Okay, so this is it for the
Goodness. I just want to see the end spot, my guy.
Followed me and it has hit me. Now I'm running away from the enemy and I'm going into this tight spot between those obstacles, and as you can see, the enemy is finding his way around those obstacles.
This is a big deal when I could probably just let's take a minute here and reevaluate my brain. Let's take a look at this nav mesh extension. Why am I trying to reinvent the wheel? Let's look at nav. Let's take a gander here because I've never used it. Not familiar with it. Going back to our player finite state machine, setting our player into what we're doing. We're gonna disable our rays for a moment, and we're going to take a peek at the nav mesh. I'm gonna need to probably. What is this? So really? But this is Boyd's. We don't want Boyd's movement. Let me remove Boyd's from the drone. We don't have Boyd's. Oh, it must be in this one. I don't have Boyd's. Weird. I just want to look at something interesting. Yeah, see that. Accelerate, that's far too fast. Bounding disc? I don't even know how big that is. Right. Um, in the enemy initializer, right? Uh, let's go to idle real quick. Sorry, patrol. So if we're in patrol and you're right, I did because of my brain. I need to add that to trees. I need to add that to my nodes, all of my nodes. So, uh, no, we want the drone to be because I'm going to add another drone as well. I also want it to be an obstacle, right? And then while we're in patrol, we can do the same thing as we did before. However, we are going to move the why can't I select that? It won't let me select it. I can't do it for the group. Well, then I can't use this. Like, if that's the case, I'm not going to create that. What's the problem? It won't let me select it. Uh, really? That'd be weird. But I guess maybe I did. Uh, enemy, enemy. Move. Two. What happened? I don't understand. Now it's acting like it doesn't exist. Am I crazy? What's different? You have to add it to every single item in the group. That's get out of here. I thought you didn't need to do that for certain tasks, but maybe for NavMesh you do. Well, the only thing I have now is that enemy, so I guess it's kind of irrelevant, isn't it? Okay. Yeah, I guess so. That's wild. All right. Uh, are we moving to a tile? Right? We're moving. We're patrolling. Oh. No, yeah, we're moving to a tile, right? Oh, yeah. I was just thinking about that because we changed the force type, right? Okay. All right. Whatever. We'll do it this way then. Wouldn't we here set the helps if I put them in order? Yeah, I only stream on YouTube currently. That might change in time. We'll see. Yeah, he didn't move anywhere. That's the longest patrol I've ever seen. Oh, he did move, but like a tiny bit. Like this? Am I crazy? What's going on? No, now he's not moving at all because I messed with him. But at the same time, okay, it's still clicking. Mm. It's this. This is what's happening. Right? Something like that. Obviously, that's not like when we get to this point, we need to do something. Yeah. Well, even so, though, that wouldn't like even if we did a collision point, right? Enemy. Uh. So like. Oh. Because it's gonna check for every single tile, right? It's not moving at all. Yeah. No. If the enemy is inside the tile. Or are you saying that the tile needs to be checked against the enemy? Because we're checking the tile? You're going to check enemy variable. Oh. That is what I was trying to do. But my brain is no longer functioning because I've been coding for too long. I need to take a break, which is all right because we're ending our stream here in just a minute. So this is a big long day of fuckery. We didn't get much done today. I'm going to work on the AI off stream and get this working. And that way I don't waste any more stream time on this. And then we'll go over it when I decide how to get it to work. Okay. Stand by. Yeah, it's true. We are. There were some funny moments today that I might turn into a short. Idle. Chase. Idle. Patrol. He's not moving. Oh, interesting. Okay. He's patrolling, but he's not actually moving anywhere. What? It's because the target and target Y aren't being set. To the tile? To the floor? Oh, you're right. I did. You were telling me before that that might cause a problem. Uh, I forgot about that. Whoa. Well, he moved. Whoa. Whoa. Okay. We need to slow that down. Holy cow. Uh, 50. Max speed 50. We're going to do 100 though. Or 200? Holy freaking crap. Uh, every time we go back into the script, right, we want to clear that up. I think. No, I broke it. I broke it. Dang it. All right. So what we're going to do, though, is change this up there. And then... Can we just add a... Do this once here? Every time? And that's kind of wonky, but he didn't... He seemed to go to the same place every time. Okay. He's not moving anymore. Oh, no, 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 no. No, what we can do is when we're done, we can change the XY back to 0. To the enemy's X location, enemy's Y location. Do you think that needs to continuously trigger? Uh, all right, I do got to get going here, guys. You're right. We could do a variable check and say that if it's not 0, set it to 0. Yeah. Oh, I see. Yeah. So if variable, it's object variable, right? So if the uh, enemy dot why did I do that? That's uh uh that was weird. I had a brain fart there for a second. My hmm? Like uh can I just do target X like that? Yeah, okay. I don't need to make one for each of them, do I? That seems tedious. Oh. I think we're gonna have to go back to it, do this once though. Right? Because it should repeat every time we re-enter the state, I thought. This is where the booleans would come in handy, like you were saying before. So this is on me. Okay, but he did move. What was that about? He did move. Okay. I gotta get jumping off here. Okay, but now he's not moving. So that only works under that one circumstance. No, because now it's not selecting that tile's ID. Tell me so I can finish right here. At the variable condition. Which one? Oh, no. What am I missing? The variable's wrong. If the variable of enemy. Oh. Oh. Ah. Yes. Uh but also that. Hmm. It's not changing. Oh, that broke it too. I wasn't sure. Hmm. The action in the event inside of idle group is strange. What? Why is it strange? It's doing exactly what I want it to do. Oh. Oh. It is strange. What happened here? Uh, he sure was trying to move though. This is a problem. This has to only happen one time. It's doing the XY in super fast. Oh, yeah. I see what you're saying. Reset it once he reached there. So I had it right. It's just not in the right spot. Okay, but that worked. This is working fine. I don't. He tried to come after me for a second, but then he didn't. 8. Patrol. Because because every time we go in, because we're changing these values every time we reinitialize the patrol state. So we are setting it to 0, so we don't need it here. And I don't think that the trigger once is necessary. Oh no, yeah, it is, because he'll do that thing again. Yeah, because this is happening for every time we're below this, and we don't want that. We want it to happen once. But that we could also, I think, just add it to this one, and it would work the same way. See? Except for he didn't change. Okay. So yeah, we need this here. All right, see you later, Bo. Thank you so much for stopping in, man. I really appreciate it. If you guys haven't, like, comment, subscribe, all that good jazz. I'll be working on my shorts this week and doing some extra goodies. It looks like we've got the basics of the nav mesh working, except for he just got stuck. Oh, he's collide. I don't know what happened. He's thinking. That's what was happening. You're right. When it's done, comment, okay? When it's done, comment. I was talking to the people who are going to watch this later. Come on, Ginge. Get on the bandwagon. All right, guys. Thank you, though, so much for hanging out. I got to jump on a quick conference, and then I'll be available for the rest of the evening. If you guys want to chat to me on Discord or anything like that, I'll be there. I'll be working on some of this stuff off stream just to get it some tuned up. Thank you guys so much for hanging out. You guys have a great evening, and I'll catch you guys next time.